Good morning and welcome back to the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. Um, Bitcoin just kind of consolidating at the moment. Don't really have a true direction since we do have Fed rate decision tomorrow. I'd expect a little bit more volatility. I just want to state something before I get too much into the charts here, and that is yesterday I speculated that the market would have more upside than downside, and actually we just got sideways. So we didn't manage to get above where we were yesterday for the most part here with Bitcoin. Are the other altcoins. We did make the measured move to the downside that we were looking at from the rising formation here. This was the rising formation we were watching for when we first jumped on stream, and well, throughout the stream yesterday, looking for the breakdown here. So we did get that. Right now, I'm watching some sort of uh, triangular formation in here. And if we do, I actually don't have a true sense of direction on this one right here. So, like I said, we can just expect some sort of volatility today. We'll see as time moves on here if we actually have any clear direction on this here. Let me just push through a little bit here just to see. I know that this lower trend line through here is very, 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 very important right here. So once we break that, it could send us back down, maybe even back down here towards the 81,000 here, a trend line that we did get our bounce off of. It won't be uncommon for us to do that if we're taking a look at how we did here. It will not be uncommon for that to happen. So don't panic until we need to panic. All right, so this is what we're watching on Bitcoin right now. Volatility is declining through here. So we're starting to squeeze a little bit through here, looking for a sense of direction, either up or down. Take a look here at the RSI. You can also see the RSI is wedging in as well. So we're holding the low down here right now where we're at around this golden pocket seems to be a very critical area. So if we start to lose that, then we can say that we're starting to break momentum. So this is going to give us our fastest reaction to what's happening within this triangle here. I just kind of leave that up. You can already see the MACD delta both have a negative posture. MACD is also crossed below a signal line, and yeah, MACD is also near the zero line, 7.49 right now. So yeah, we lose this section right here where we're at currently around the 90,147. Then we can look for more downside. Likely we may end up breaking this if that happens. As far as the liquidations go, for Bitcoin, let's see, 89, 197, about $885 off from that. Yeah, that would break us below that lower trend line we were looking at on the wedgie structure. If we manage to get down into that, at least from where price action is sitting at now, that would break us below that lower trend line down there. Yep. Yep, that would put us below here. And just so you can see what I'm seeing when I turn on the Bollinger Bands here, you can see what we're looking at is going to be in between this line and this one right here. So if we do see a push out of here, don't get excited on that because we still will have to clear this here. I'm not going to move the line because over time, a lot of times they will squeeze in a little bit more. So I'm just going to leave it as it is for now, since this is the touch point here on price action. And this is the one for the bottom here on price action. And we're already starting to break that. So let me just look back down here. Yeah, I said that would tip us over and we break momentum. Probably break this low down here. We can look for a setup after we get the clear direction. I'm just going to move into Ethereum right now. So Ethereum, we're looking at potentially a head and shoulder formation here. Kind of funky looking. I said I didn't really care for it. We didn't quite make the measure move, but nonetheless, we still got the drop down here towards the golden pocket. Actually, front ran the golden pocket ever so slightly in here. So I can see that being easy for price action to come back down here and tap into that golden pocket. Ethereum long max pain is at 3,067. So that would be back inside of this back. That would actually be tapping into this golden pocket, even in between golden pocket 786 here. So that's what we were looking at yesterday for Ethereum. Um, for Solana, which was performing pretty good yesterday, up until it wasn't. It's kind of crapped the bed yesterday a lot more than Ethereum, which it was performing better than Ethereum yesterday. Although we knew we had the pattern formation in here, this rising structure in here on Sol. So I'm still holding the short. Remember, I took a short yesterday when we were streaming. I wanted the SFP. We actually didn't break above and take the liquidity from this top, but since we rejected there the way we did with the little wick here, I went ahead and took the short position. And I shared that with you. So I'm still holding that short position at the moment. Was looking for price to come back into the bottom trend line here and possibly the 50. And then we started to hold it a little bit and then we broke that. And then we started putting in some bear divs as price action has been coming down. So what I didn't take into account was the 1 hour time frame, which I should have taken that into account to see exactly how deep this price action was going to retrace here on Solana. When I last looked at it um, here for Sol, let's see. Yeah, MACD still bearish on the 1 hour time frame, and uh, RSI still negative. Actually, it's not the RSI I was looking at. I was looking at the CC. In this case, for the 1 hour time frame, it was pretty clear that we were rolling over. So I didn't have a low for Solana. I can tell you 131,262 is the long max pain liquidation level, and of course that's going to change. It's the range is always so tight here with Sol. It's only about 84 cents off from that. I didn't make any adjustments in here either. So let's see how I need to do that. But you can see how we were putting in bear divs. Bear div off of that little pump right there. We were putting in bear divs across here as well. So it just started to squeeze price further and further here to the downside. This is the second golden pocket 786. This is the one I actually pulled from the low down here. This was the one that we were originally watching yesterday. Was this first one pulled from this pivot low right here? So if for some reason we do happen to lose this golden pocket, then we could look down here towards the 786. No. Let me turn this one on and see. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, we need to hold the golden pocket right now and get the break up above here. I think I looked at this with the Bollinger Bands as well. So I'm looking to take a long on Sol, but I'm gonna wait for the 1 hour to give me a sense of direction. Let me take a look at this 4 hour here. Yeah, where we're at now, we really need to hold it. If we're not holding here on Solana, then we're gonna break the 4 hours. So we will be looking past this more than likely. If we're not able to hold the golden pocket here and get the break to the upside, the 4 hour will be affected, and we have to look for more downside, further downside than this 130. Let me see if I can't see that over here with you. Let's see, this is the 4 hour. Move that up, cut those two out. And you can already see the MACD and Delta. And see, this is crossing back, but the Delta is crossing back below the zero line at the moment, all negative posture. But with the break back down below the zero line, yeah. It just shows that the move up yesterday was more so just a corrective bounce and nothing more, nothing solid, because the MACD didn't manage to cross up the zero line, flip blue or anything, and now it's crossing below a signal line and all of that, extra information. So really need to be able to flip up. We've been stuck inside of our bearish control zone, but we've talked about that. This was the start of our bearish control zone in here off the monthly time frame for Solana, and we haven't been able to break out of the bearish control. It could be accumulation. Like I said, this is a great place investment wise to start picking up Solana inside of bearish control territory. So it could be accumulation. We won't really know whether or not it's accumulation or not until we start to see us drift away from here. But it could be accumulation. If it's not accumulation, I've already covered what the worst scenario I say would be, and that'd be Solana drops down to about 40 to 30 something bucks, in between 40 and 30 bucks. So that's the risk that would be taken if we're assuming that we're gonna hold that range in there. If we're assuming we're gonna hold the range through here and not continue the path forward. And if we do, like I said, we break here, we'll be looking somewhere down here around between 40 and 30 bucks. Is that's gonna be the it's gonna be the scenario for us if it doesn't. So right now we know that we're rejecting from I know we're rejecting from the ribbon for one. So we're rejecting from the 5 EMA. We're holding up on the 20. I mean the 200. We're holding up on the 200. We're rejecting from the 5, and then just slightly above that we have the 120. So we're sandwiched in between support and resistance right now. With our worst case being we lose here, and it's no good. And I got in here 120. We're in trouble. Less than 120, we're in trouble. Okay. And that's how it's been since we've made our little fall. down through here. Through here we have the, I think that would be the point of control. Yeah, point of control right there along with where we have that 120. So we've been rejecting from the point of control so far. And you can just say 146. We need, if on a more macro time frame, above 146 could be that's going to be a strong outlook for us if we can flip that. If we could flip that, it'll put us back above the point of control. So just keep that number on your, if you're in Solana, be sure you're watching that number. Let me go ahead and do ZEC because I know I was trying to find that entry yesterday. Well, not entry for me personally, because I know how much Zcash wants to get that push to the upside. Something I had on the chart yesterday, but I just completely omitted was the top line up here, which was the midpoint for Zcash. But what I was looking at yesterday with you was this trend line, right? Well, this pivot here. I was looking at this pivot here as a potential rejection point, or for an SFP, for some sort of a short position on Zcash, but it got invalidated. It started out okay, and then price just pushed clean up through it, and it came into this midpoint in here. Which if I show you here on the 4-hour, you can see it. It's this right here. So this is where we ended up coming to yesterday, and that's where we started SFP. And I was paying attention to the W. Yeah, I started paying attention to this one right here instead. And so we did just get a 4-hour closure above here with the prior candle. So I'm just gonna have to. I'm still holding the long position that I have for Zcash, which was off of the level given in here around the VWAP in here, because we were looking for VWAP, the confluence that was down through here that we could take chances off of. So we got the bounce off of VWAP from here. So I'm still holding a small portion of that long. I've taken profit at least 4 times. So I'm petty with my earnings right now. But nonetheless, if I just hold on to that a little bit and we can continue forward, it'll make something. But this is where we rejected from yesterday instead. And that's a double rejection right here with a double top at the moment. I still don't think that it's going to come back down into here. Not now, I don't. And at first, I was a little cautious about it. We're still looking pretty good. MACD still positive. You see it's blue. It's still positive. Delta's starting to lose a little air in here. And that's fine. Delta will typically start to turn down before the MACD does. So you can see over here, like even here, Delta started to turn down, and then you'll start to see the chop. So, but MACD stayed strong for a while longer before it actually turned down. And did it simultaneously right there. But we are starting to see some signs here from the Delta as we're hitting this area for Zcash. See 1 hour. Yeah. 1 hour's holding up in here. It's touch and go in here right now. We come back in. I was kind of looking for a bounce off of here, but we might even do like the golden pocket 786. We just have to see how aggressive Zcash wants to be with the move down. This must have been from yesterday. Yeah, that was from yesterday. I haven't updated this 4 hour because I've been watching the 1 hour instead for Zcash. Let's see. We did here. We'll go ahead and move it there now. Yeah. So I don't need this one anymore. I just wanted to keep it there so you could see what didn't work out yesterday. And again, that's just a trend line drawn up through where we had like this broadening situation in here just to see if we could potentially hold that before we drop down in here. All right. So Bitcoin just kind of sitting still at the moment. Got about an hour and a half, or slightly a little bit more than an hour and a half, but it looks like Solana's already starting to flip negative on the it may not hold up. It might not hold up where it is. Let me use my other chart. Take a look at Bitcoin to see. 4 hours fine. All right, 1 hour is trying. 1 hour is actually trying here with Bitcoin. All right. We'll see. Well, we might be able to take something that one of these. Just went back over to take a look at. I was looking at the EMAs, but and I think everything is sitting underneath here, but it just yeah, no, it wasn't. It was sitting on top. Good Lord. Ooh. Yes, it's a mess. That's a mess, so I can't even work with that. Take a look at see if anything changed in here with our strike prices. I mean, a hundred thousand is still standing out. Um, currently around 90. Market makers are probably net short more than anything in around this level, which means they're just going to go along with price action. Uh, the gap yesterday, we did not because I pulled this yesterday with you, and we didn't actually tap into it. You can see here. Okay, so we eventually did get a tap into it, but we held it as support instead. So we still haven't filled this little gap in here. And I don't know if I'm being petty about this or not. We didn't actually feel it. And so we have one here. Let me just change the color. And I don't want it to seem like that's what it is. It's a basic block here. We have that there. This was from yesterday where we filled in that one and then we rejected. And this is okay, so just what we came back from in here, 91. Let's see. Can look for that. If we get a move up, we can look to that. Do it. Do it like that instead. I think we might also have a little bit of data coming out this morning, and we have ADP weekly employment change, and we have JOLTS job openings this morning. So it's reads tentative. Reads 10 a.m. It looks like a little inverse, doesn't it? Let's go ahead and draw this out. See what we got. I'm just going to set it right there. Take this line, this bigger line off of the chart. It's about where we're getting stopped out at a little bit right here. That's where that is. Yeah, we kept getting rejected right about in here. So and that might be doable right there. Market likes this little area. Like that. Might be doable. Scoo. Let me keep that open so you can see that too. Nice little hammer candle off at the low. Let's just add to this too. I'm gonna add to this too. I'm gonna get to the chat as well. I'll move this in a minute. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. Hey, John Doe. Descending triangle. Yeah, descending triangle. For the most part, it is. Does mean ups. Let's hope we get it, John. Let's hope we get it. We're doing the opposite. Well, no, no, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. But yeah, descending triangle. It's not. I wouldn't call it the descending triangle. It's not actually. It's a triangle though. It's more descending than ascending. So if we were doing, let's see, we're doing something like that, and let's just see if we get it from here. See if we got that. That would take out. That would take out this top over here. So maybe we get the breakout here. We come up, we reject, come back down. Maybe have to back test the breakout here from this potential inverse head and shoulder, and then we'll see if we get the additional push up here based off of um, the measured move for here. We still got to get there first. Um, I just looked up there, so saw that RSI dropping. Mm. I tell you, we tried in here with the MACD. It's all the way negative right now. I'm gonna give it a minute. Give it a minute. Okay. That's one of the bad things about trying to trade momentum is that you have to let the candle close, because if you don't, you can get it wrong, and then sometimes you might be too late. Like our Fed chair is Trump calls them too late. Can be too late at that point. It's better to be too late, to be honest with you. To be too late and wait for something that's gonna be on time than um, take the risk and might have it wrong. Might have it wrong. Let me see. I'm gonna leave it like it is. Huh. I was trying to find a difference down through here, but we actually don't have one. Hmm. Let's see real quick. Just that. Huh. Check on Ethereum and Solana, basically doing the same thing. We're so on the edge. Mm. At this point, it just seemed like it's safer to say that we're not going to get that bounce out of here. I'm still leave this on the chart like this, but just to show I'm wrong. When I'm wrong, just yes, it's probably not going to make it, which will invalidate this. I can still leave this one intact until we invalidate the idea of this triangle formation in here. But that's a done. That's decided. That is decided. It's in the middle of the range, so nothing to do here. So I'm gonna drop the triangle, not the triangle, but the inverse head and shoulder idea. I'm gonna drop that one and keep this. Mhm. AutoZone and GME are reporting earnings today. We got Campbell's Company, Campbell Soup, Academy Sports and Outdoors. The big day is going to be tomorrow. Oh, Cracker Barrel is reporting today. Nice. I'm holding out on the stocks a little bit this morning. I've gotten to where I try to jump into it after I cover Bitcoin and Ethan Soul and Zcash, but kind of holding out this morning. Bitcoin. We had a bear div on. You can't see it from this. I'm looking at it elsewhere, but there's a bear div on this. It's patience. It's patience because you really have to wait for the candles to close. I'm not feeling confident at all right now, right in here. Not feeling confident at all, but it does require patience. It's a mountain of resistance still, even though I deleted that, it's still a mountain of resistance across there. I can see it off of the 1 hour. Look at that again. It looks like it's hit resistance right at this top. If I do that, let me see. No, it's breaking. Just thinking it was going straight through here. It's not. Hmm. All right. I think I. Hmm. It is gonna sound crazy, but I'm gonna catch the tail end of a move if it does happen to pop to the upside. I'm gonna catch the tail end. I don't want to risk in here or right here. So if it starts to look successful, then I'll jump in later, as opposed to taking the risk here, which you know, it could be a small risk with a stop loss below this candle right here. I just think I'd be gambling. All right, that is above 50. It's above the mean. Let's see how successful we are with holding above the mean. You know what? I'm gonna roll the dice on it. I'm gonna jump in on this. Why am I set to a 40x? Mm, a very close stop loss on this. So I'm gonna take it from where it is, and since I'm doing all this, I'm running behind. That's at least a 3-to-1 right there. All right. It's just a, sorry, just a 10x. So you'll know I'm a loser if this doesn't work out. Just so you'll know. That was the entrance for me. As I was running my mouth, I was running behind too. Oh, and it's so slow. This little candle right here is already taking out this top. Thank you. I think we'll move the stop loss to this candle since this was the first inside bar. If it's coming back down and taking out that one, I'm not gonna like it. So I'm just gonna move the stop for that. And do the same thing over here. And I can be so wrong in setting the stop loss a little bit too close, but I do trade inside ranges. And if it's taking that out, then I'm not gonna like it. Yeah. I just want to see how the one before it did. While we're doing nothing but waiting on Bitcoin to decide. That one hit exactly. Yeah. No. Thank you. Yeah, that one hit exactly right there after it swept the low twice. That one hit exactly. And so that means if that was correct, then this one would probably hit. Probably. Let's see. How did you do? Well, folks, it doesn't look like I'm going to make it. But it was fun. I'm likely not going to try it again after this. Not until it bottoms or breaks. Yeah, good thing I moved the stop loss. Solana's back to performing a little bit better this morning. At least better than Ethereum and Sol at the second. It's not breaking out yet, but it is holding its low pretty good. And that's what Solana's looking like right now, which, it's holding down through here a lot better. Ethereum. Back to Bitcoin. Is X still sitting in the same spot? Mm-hmm. So Bitcoin dominance is up slightly on this time frame. Crow. Need to check USDT dominance. Hype. Mm-hmm. You can see too. Yeah, Solana's doing a little bit better this morning. While I'm waiting to see if I'm going to get stopped out on this Bitcoin trade, I'm going to take a look at Hyperliquid. Look at Crow 2. Use this chart right here. It's not really doing anything different from yesterday. This is what we were looking at yesterday. If I haven't touched this chart again. And then hype. Haven't touched this one again either. It's back at that's what we're looking at. Yeah, that was Friday. That's Friday. And we covered that. We're back on this trend line. I can't tell it's performing any better than Bitcoin right now. It's putting in bear divs. No, it's not. It's not right there. It looked like it might be trying to bear div though. Putting the bear div over here. Just push it down here. I don't know about this. That's straight bear diving. No, it's not. My bad. I'll take a see that again for hype. It's down about 5% on the day. 4 hour, 1 hour. Guess there's no better place to actually attempt a long off of it. And where it is now, the momentum keeps going down lower and lower. I'm talking about height. And 1 hour is still trading in between standard deviation 1 and 2, but it looks like it's about to break above standard deviation 1. Come on, Bitcoin. Yeah, I just threw it back over here. I just want to look at it again. Like, it looks like it might not do any more than come back into some sort of resistance in here, but that's still a pretty sharp move for, a scalp trade or something like that. But it is still trading in between here at the moment. Yeah, it looked like it could do this trend line again right here. Doesn't look like it will do more than that. 15-minute. Let me just see. Hmm. And that would be the 200 EMA. It might manage to get that. It's a little bit too late unless it pulls back. I know. Hmm. See if we squeezed any more since that last candle. We're squeezing a little bit more around this little coiling area we got going on. Oh, where was that bottom at? Yeah, so I'm good with the stop loss right here because if it drops below here, then it's a good chance it could, whatever squeeze is happening could expand it down. Just thinking about moving it. I don't want to move it again. It's already tight. if Bitcoin's going to stop me out, it's going to stop me out. It's just taking some time, or if it's going to break out or whatever. Volatility is kind of low right here. So I'm just going to move forward. Um, I'll know I'm stopped out if it happens, right? We're clinging on to 50 right now, which isn't bad. That's pretty good. And I know I'm trading into resistance right now. So I'm just going to move on and come back to that in just a sec here. So Oracle, Oracle reports earnings on the 11th, and we have Fed rate decision tomorrow. We're already hitting a little bit of resistance in here. So if you did do the Oracle trade, please be sure that your stop is in place. Mine is. And again, I said I might be overreaching a little bit, looking to get past the 238. Might be a little bit of an overreach for the move in here. If Oracle, let's see, first of all, Fed rate decision will have an impact on it. And then when the earnings come out, if it's no bueno, then Oracle, I would look back towards the 150 as the return place for Oracle. I was looking at something else in here on Oracle. Think it was, let me see, was it the weekly? Yeah, in here. So I would look back, like I said, towards the 150. There is the whale order for the 150 that's still in play, hasn't hit expiry just yet. So that could be a magnet with the 200 EMA sitting down here. That could be a return place for it. If I turn this off, I was looking at something else. What was I looking at? Did I put it in here? This might have hit the VWAP down in here. No, it didn't. That was for my move up. Anyway, all I know is, dark pool's going to be down here at 150. That's what I know. 150 Oracle dark pool. Put. Which is why we had, although I'm not in any sort of a short. That's why we had it like this, was for the move down here. But like I said, I felt like Oracle would get a pop up first and then maybe continue to hit that. So let's see what happens. Then there's New York Stock Exchange. Coinbase right now. We're really getting pinned on Coinbase right now, uh, between the 270 and the 280. That's going to be the range in here. This may not be the same right here, not at this moment, because it will change. And let me see. Coin still holding up in the same spot on Bitcoin. Yeah, I do need to change this, for coin. You can see right here that 277.50. Um, right here, this 260. These are the ones that I tend to look at first, and then right here, this 250 right here, which we're not around that area right now. So I'm going to adjust these in here ever so slightly. I'm really not. I might do this one right here too because it is the next biggest. That's 290. I got 280 in here. This was from last week, so apparently I didn't update this. Obviously, this is what we were looking like last week on coin over on my chart. So I will go in and modify this here. Yeah, and just focus on 260, 277.50, and even the 290. We'll focus more on those three right there, but this is basically where we're at through here, at least until a gamma flip negative in here. As of when they closed it, it was 250 to 290. So here, this isn't updated either. So we're still, just based on technical, still kind of. Put this on the 2 hour. We're not at the moment. We're not coming anywhere close to this descending trend line at the moment, and we have one that's going through here. Probably want to change that because if I do it, I'm just going to do it off of here. I'll do it on this one. I was thinking of moving it like this. But below here, we know we're negative gamma. So if we end up breaking down, I wouldn't call this a breakdown just yet. We end up breaking down through here, then that's what we'll have. Will be net short. We'll pull this one down to just right there. Capture that. So yeah, you can see how we're converging here on coin. Okay, Bitcoin might have tried a little bit more to the upside. It did try a little bit more to the upside. I'm not thinking symmetrical triangle, but if it is, great. That would mean Bitcoin would get a pump too, right? That's what it would mean. So we'll see. It definitely would imply that Bitcoin is doing good. We rejected from our descending trend line here on Bitcoin just then. Coin is typically leading, so we'll see how that goes today. I'm just spot long on coin. Just circle. Continuing to hold back inside the range from the measured move down. Put it on 16 so you can see that. So measured move down, and then now it reclaimed back above and just kind of holding where the measured move was for the head and shoulder formation. Just in here, I thought that we got above this resistance over here at one point. Are we still? Okay, so we're still hitting that. Let me put it on a 2 just so I can see. All right. Okay, so we're sandwiched. There are some short calls, a lot of put. See, CRCL. Yeah, we're almost at a flip. If we lose this right here, we lose where we are now. It's going to be a problem. On this one, I'm basically watching, and I don't. Do I have that in here? Did I put that in here yesterday? I did not. So I'm going to do myself a favor and change this to white. So I'm not getting stuck on that. This is as close as we're coming to it, too. The 90. It's going to look really close if I do it from here. So I'm going to flip my chart. Oh. I'm going to put the ones I actually care about. 75. I'm going to put 100 in here too. I'm spot long on this and in the hole. So there you have it. No, not that. What's going to be appealing to me in this range? Technically, this line right here, the rest of it's just strike information, but technically, I guess between there and here, ooh, last time I said I didn't want to assume that it was that. I'm just gonna assume that it could be that. Hold on, let me not omit what it could be. Do it like that. This is where we flip negative gamma as well. As far as the latest data goes, that's where we flip negative gamma here too. If that's a head and shoulders anyway. Bitcoin, I gotta jump back over there. Hold on, I can give it a sec. Hasn't actually broken that trend line yet. So that circle. Tesla. Like I said to you, you may be able to. Now there was some bullish, some bullish dark pool orders that came in for Tesla for the upside. And what I'm talking about with the, around the $300, 310, 315. What I'm talking about with that's going to take some time to get to that. So as things stood yesterday, can show you from yesterday, but let's see, power alerts. So from yesterday, this is from yesterday, nothing new yet. Yesterday, you can see that spike in volume right here. Call 3001 on the size, strike 545. I mean, we're holding one of the levels of interest right now, which is the 435. Now, I did update the information that's over here. That was that one, and then there was also that's from the 5th, so we'll forget about that. We'll forget about that. Microsoft, Meta, what y'all got going on? And I didn't look at those. But yeah, we're holding on one of the levels that I had in here. Let me see what that's looking like this morning. I don't check back on it later in the day. TSLA. Yeah, it's not going to show you the update, but we're sitting on one of them now. So 435. It's not a lot of volume around the ones that are in here. Volume really comes in around 415. Volume really comes in around here. And that's where currently, as of yesterday, where negative gamma flip takes place down here around this 415, but you're holding up all right here at the 435 at the moment. Could potentially come in here and break this neckline. We talked about that little, head and shoulders, but yesterday that had already played out, and I figured they would keep price, somewhere relatively close to this 450 in here. This is still considered to be the largest strike right here, this 450. So we've been on this one right here for a little bit after hours. Bitcoin still sitting up against that trend line. I mean, they might push it. They might push it back up here. You know, I wouldn't doubt that they'll keep price pinned somewhere close enough to if it drops away to come back into this 450. At least this 450. And we really haven't gotten too far away from it every time. You see, this right here is from the fourth, so we've been pretty tagged somewhere close to it. So push back up here. That's I will look at that. At least coming back into here if you were playing it. Ooh, look at that terribleness yesterday. Yeah. So that would be thinking that price would at least come back up here towards 450. Slight bull, slight, but you see, yeah, slight bull div right there. Off of this 1 hour time frame. Bitcoin doing a little bit better as we speak. And see, I had, what's my, no. Sorry, let me hit these for a second. I can't believe I did not put this inside of a folder. Now it's in one. Where's this one? And this is how old this one is. I'm telling you. That 450. We've been playing around with that one for a minute. Did that go in there? No. All right. Let me push out 16 at least. This is where it starts to hit the fan, and you do start to look down here where I was saying around that 315, 3 whatever, somewhere between here, and that's going to depend on Tesla not managing to hold up around where it is, or coming back down here, not managing to hold up around the 406. Then that big order that came in would send it down here. This would be the monthly. I'm looking at yeah, I'm looking at monthly. So that'll send it down here around 320. 320, somewhere around 320. Possibly even manage to push it back down here a little bit more. But right now I'm only looking somewhere around 320 to 315, something like that for price action. Was there something? This is a 16-hour chart. Let me see. On the I don't know why I have this in here. Oh, I'm not talking about why I have this in here. I know I don't know why I have this in here. This so far hasn't really made too much of a difference. I'm talking about the bear div, of course, hasn't really made too much of a difference. But you see how this is riding this zero line? That will almost ensure that price comes back down here towards this 320 and possibly, like I said, even down here. But this is what I'm looking at, between somewhere around this low pivot in here for Tesla. So if you're looking to get in on some, I will wait on that. I'm gonna jump over to Bitcoin right quick because I might need the TP one. No, not yet. I don't have to. But we are doing, we did break outside of the trend line in here. So that's a plus. Coming into a little bit of possible resistance in here. Like I said, we do have a mountain of resistance across here. And let me see what we look like. Band wise, that's pretty good. Still close to the zero line. So anything can happen here. Okay. 90,000. Yeah. We're coming into resistance on the 200 EMA. Yeah, we got resistance through here. Yeah. See, we're already hitting it at 200 EMA. Need to, yeah, the 200, the 400, and the 120 all just kind of slapping it right there. See how we do. See how we do. This looks really like jumbled wires right now, and that's why I don't want to have it on the chart. I'm gonna move that stop up. Yeah. I'm gonna move that stop up. You can see the resistance. I'm gonna move the stop up. I'm gonna move my stop up to here. I mean, it could. I'll leave it alone. It'll just be a little L if it happens. I'll leave it alone. Just gonna move it up to this standard deviation, closer to standard deviation 1 underneath this candle there, but I'll let it be. I'll let it be for now. Might regret it. It hasn't hit a 1-to-1 just yet, so I honestly don't want to see it come back inside of the range. rejection. Rejection. Hmm. Can't blame anybody for wanting to short that. So anyway, I left the stop like it is. If it yeah, it will just do what it will do. At least if I get to a 1-to-1, then I will take partial, and then that'll minimize the stop loss to a break even if it comes back down and hits it. All right. Yeah. So Tesla with the bear div showing a bit of weakness through here, like it showed over here. It's just a matter of it actually getting that breakdown. Once it loses somewhere around this 406, then I would be looking for it to come down into here. So if you're looking to, like I said yesterday, if you're looking to hold a position, not trade, but hold a position in Tesla, I would wait until you get it down here in the low threes. You get it down here, be good. All right. Money trying to mess with me Bitcoin. All right, Hood. We were talking about the fact that we were coming back down here to our ascending trend line here. Got a little bit of a pumpy pump yesterday off of some news about Indonesia. Um, I need to move this trend line now. We talked about potentially inverse and then potentially rising formation through here. I'm gonna drop this down to here because I don't like how it's whipsawing it right now. I'll put it right there. Like I said, I'm thinking that we would go up a little bit more, but I'm not being biased to the fact I still only put the target to the upside. I'm not being biased to the fact that this is a rising structure and a breakdown is very possible to happen in here. Um, we are. Hold on, I'm sitting on top of something right now. I can tell. I didn't. I didn't do this to any of it yesterday. I just. It's a new one. Oh, why is get in there? Is it not in there? What's the problem here? what the problem is with that. I'm missing something. Huh. It's weird. Oh, no, it's not. I'm not missing anything. All right. On the drop down, I would look back down here towards, let's just say 108, and down here towards the bottom side of our, just show you a lower time frame than that here. Likely, if we're not holding up around this 108, we could slip through here and then come down here towards 65. I'm still waiting on that 60. I was waiting on 100. I didn't get filled at 100. They put out some news, and then we got this right here. So still possible. Still possible. It could turn into a head and shoulders. Could turn into a head and shoulders. Could play out the measured move from this right here down. 60 will be mine. Um, I know on the higher time frame. Let's see, weekly. That was what we talked about. That was why we was getting the rejection, especially after the earnings. That was why we was getting the rejection too. Look at the bear divs. Look at the bear divs. And of course, you push back up, but you don't match the RSI. That could give it a head and shoulder. I'm telling you, could give it a head and shoulder and knock it on its tail. Right now it's corrective, long way off from the zero line, but long way off from the zero line. But doesn't mean that we can't correct down further first. Get it down here. It can happen. I'm just saying. But you can see what I'm saying too. If it dropped that, it will drop down into here. Because at this point, you probably won't have the bullish divvy anymore like you had the bullish divergence in here. Likely won't have that bull div in here. And it breaks there. That's a head and shoulder. And it drops down here. This just so happened to match up, but that's going to be the 20 SMA on the monthly time frame. That's what that's going to be, the 20 SMA from the monthly. Send it right here. Send it right there. See on the EMA. This is a darling right here. This is a darling. This one right here will have moved a little bit here over the coming weeks. But you see that this is just 60 EMA right here off of the monthly time frame. Sitting right over here around where this that pivot is I was just talking about. I got time today. Just looked at my watch. I got time today. I'm crossing the line today. And so far, so good. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Let's say reclaim. Probably put in the head and shoulder. That's my truth, and I'm sticking to it. Turn this off. Not looking too good right there right now. All right, I'm gonna jump back over here on Bitcoin again because it looks like we're moving a little bit more. So yeah, my bias behind. I'm, yeah, and to the downside. That's what we'd be looking at. I didn't even share the tab. I'm like, let me jump back over here on Bitcoin. We still sitting on Bitcoin. I'm talking about Robinhood, and we still sitting over here on Bitcoin. Somebody stop me. I do this every stream, almost every stream, not every stream, but the majority of the time, I'm gonna be talking about something. I'm not gonna even be on the chart because this back and forth. I need help. I need help. All right, we 1 to 1 now, so I can do a TP1. You can do a TP1 since it is a 1 to 1. So if it comes back down and hits this, it'll be break even unless you move your stop loss because that is a 1 to 1. Or you can get greedy. Either one. So I did a partial. So if it comes back from my stop, then it'll be a break even. And I'm moving my stop. Moving it 4. Yeah, that's a big candle. I'm moving the stop. I'm just gonna move it all together because I ain't take my fee into account. Freaking fee, man. The fee. What's Solana doing? They ETH started to get a little bit of a breakout in here. Let me make sure you're not hitting anything. Yeah, you're hitting standard deviation too. And then Solana hitting standard deviation too. So Bitcoin must be hitting standard deviation too, right? Standard deviation too. Okay. It's a little bit of a bear div off. It's a little bit of a bear div. Unless we keep going. This is a 4.41. I should probably change this to a 3-to-1, but it is a 4.41. Let's take a look at CME. Okay. I'm gonna leave that right there. Hmm. I have another Bitcoin position. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna close out fully if Bitcoin can get right here. Otherwise, my stop is set to break even to my entry. I moved it to my entry because the candle is so big. If Bitcoin comes back and it eats this candle up, then it wouldn't make sense to me. So I would need to be out. I think that was this just now. That's what we looked at in the beginning. I killed that idea. I don't want this anymore. Get rid of that. Hmm. Decision time, Biddy. It is above the 200 at the moment. Uh, in its current state, it is a bear div. So I do hope that you took partial there. Price action needs to be able to reach back up here. If it's failing to reach back up there, then it could roll over, and that could have been another little small pivot for it to come back down into here. I'm just saying, like that would be a shift in momentum if price can't come back and engage with that trend line. If it does come back up here and engage with it, then there's a stronger possibility that it breaks out. But if it fails to come back up like it did right here, failed to get back in there, come back and touch it, and rolling back over. Failure to come back up all the way, you rolling over. see about my Solana switch account. All right, Zcash. It broke through. It broke through. Bitcoin just sent this one. Sad thing is, I'm up over 200%, and I've taken profit so many times on it. Just like I said, either way it goes, if it keeps going, it'll be worth something. If it doesn't, I have to be grateful. I must be grateful for what I have of that move, of this. Man, I should be killing it right now. I'm not. Come on, Bitcoin. Only thing I don't like about Zcash is it will have a tendency to keep pumping. I mean, when you have the bear divs, I mean, and it happens, especially when it's market structures making higher lows and higher highs, where the bear divs don't play out. I hate playing into bear divs, you know. So I got like 5 minutes on this candle because I didn't share this. I was running my mouth on it, but you can see yesterday where momentum kind of shifted on this one right here to the downside, and we failed so far to get back up above this right here. But what I was telling you about this right here is, if I mean, like, I know that this is a rising structure. Initially I was looking here at this potentially being the inverse head and shoulder, which is why I have a measure move for the upside, but I'm not ignoring the fact that we're moving within a rising formation here on Robinhood. And Robinhood price action thus far, fundamental, news driven. So news driven pump here. Technically, if we do see this roll over here, and I just moved the trend line to capture this because it was sitting like this, but we started playing around with that yesterday, and I didn't like it, so I just moved it. You don't have to. If you've been following me with this right here, you don't have to, but I just felt the need. I don't like when price action is chopping through a line, so I will adjust it. A breakdown and a failure in here around the 108. I do honestly feel like the $60 somewhere in that $60 range is going to be doable. Initially before the news hit on Robinhood, and it did hold structure in here as well. So here on the daily time frame, we can see that all of this happened. When they got the earnings report, I said, hey, kind of negative up here with the bear deals on the daily. So I'm thinking price is going to come down. I'm going to pick up some at 125, some at 100, and then again at 60. But when the news hit, we didn't make it all the way down here to 100. We did like 102. That was all we did. And it bounced in a technical level as well. So right now, we're either I don't know. I still see that the momentum looks negative to me. We got the first pop back up here from putting in the bullish divergence. If I zoom out here on the weekly time frame here, and let me just take away the drawings and do it like this, the line chart, you can see the bear div, and you can see how we got our pop back up based on, the information that was received, along with it also putting in the bullish divergence right here. But it's getting to a place now where I could see maybe even a head and shoulder right here. But like I said, down here around the $60 level is where I see price being able to come back into. And right here, what you're seeing right in here, this is where your 20 SMA on your monthly time frame is going to be at. So if I'm looking at, I actually turned on the EMAs, but let me turn on SMAs here and put us on the monthly. So, right here, this pivot right in here, this is where the 20 SMA is sitting at right here. So I do see that as a strong possibility for price to come back to this point right in here. If that happens, we would have to lose those two, that trend line that I was talking about, though. We would have to lose that in here. And right now you can see how we have this structure here as well. So we lose that. That seems like the place right here. That seems like the place right here. So I'm just saying, something to watch for. Otherwise, I stick to my bias, which is which is my assumption that even though this looks like a rising wedge, and it is, we're narrowing, it's tightening in here. If we were going to break out from any sort of a head and shoulder formation, that volume would have already kicked in here and we'd be out of here. So we are wedging in here. Possibly come back down, shoulder, head, shoulder, right here. And I think that this would likely be, let me take it from the highest point possible. And you never know where this is going to come from. You never know. So I don't think all of that happens, but it ain't about what I think either. I'm really just thinking this. I'm really thinking 65 can happen. I'm really thinking we can come back into this high right here. That's my thought. And 60 was a target, like I said before, for me too. It was 125, 100, and 60 was the targets for me. All right, let me see. What else was there? Sezzle. We made it. We made it. Look at us. We made it to the 72.51. Yay, yay. If you took this Sezzle, you took Sezzle. We made it, and this is the highest I'm actually thinking right now on Sezzle. We made it to this one. We got past this. We made it to this one. It just got one more hurdle to get through here on Sezzle, and that's what I'm looking at for. Whether or not it happens, I don't know, and it might even do more than that. You never know when you know you start to get a rally. You start to get a rally. So we'll see. Um, see where it came from. So that's a plus. And let me see what may it came out. Shares it says that Vital Farms rises S&P small cap 600 inclusion. Oh, 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 tell us why. Great one. Got time. We got time to keep looking decent over here on Sizzle. This was Dollar General right here after earnings, and I still think 180 is doable somewhere up here. Still doable if that's what I was looking at down here at the low was a big inverse head and shoulders, then that would be the measure move. Just a little correction right here today because after earnings it just kind of blasted up through this first this first one right here, and then through the gap that was here from all of this. Jeez, I'm sticking by what I'm saying. That's not asking for a lot. To come back here isn't asking for a lot. I mean, it was up here. So, yeah, that's not asking a lot. It's not looking for a lot for DG. I was looking at something else in here. What was I looking at? I need to block some stuff from moving. Yeah, it should continue to go up. Little small correction down and continuation up. Based on how high this RSI got, it should do that. But I got some stuff moving around. What's moving around? I probably did this. No, I did not. Is it a weekly? Yeah, it was from my weekly. Let me block all of this. Broke above here, so I'm gonna delete that one. I'm gonna hold on to this one down here at the low though. And that was the initial first break in here. Up, down, held, and continued up. So yeah, it's on the right track with the exception of you see it. You see it. Exception of that. So another little pullback, like I said, a little correction, and then be looking for it to continue up for DG here. At least that's my thoughts. If I'm wrong, but that's my thoughts on it. All right, look like we're gonna make it back on Bitcoin. That's good. And then this one too, I think for DG, I think it's probably going to be the monthly. So monthly or the 3 month. I don't think it's this chart right here. Let me see. It's moving on me slow. Okay, so yeah, see the resistance here at the 200 EMA, and then the monthly was, yeah, I see that. I was trying to see. No, what I was thinking is not even here. What I was thinking is not even here. Okay, so just a little bit of a rejection, of course, and to be expected after earnings, blah 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 blah. And I think it's just a small correction, and then it continues up from here to at least put in that 180. Just looking back into these lows is basically right here. You see how the measure move is just back into these lows right here, based off of this inverse, back into these lows. All right. Turn that off. I didn't look at strike prices or any of that. This is just straight technical analysis. I'm not on a 15-minute time frame trying to trade Dollar General. That's just not going to happen. It looks like crap on a 15-minute time frame. It's not something that I can entertain. I can't entertain whatever this is. I can't do that. And yeah, I see it. Moving forward. Hold on, let me check back on Bitcoin real quick. Yeah, we're not making it back up there. So this could be where Bitcoin actually could roll back down here. So again, like I said, if you should have at least taken a TP1. That was a 1-to-1. So you should have at least taken a TP1 just in case we're going to fail in here and we're going to come back down. Okay. Move your stop if you choose to. I move mine to just stop me out. Because like I said, this big candle right here, this inside bar, this outside bar, this mother bar right here. Like if we're taking that out, I don't see a reason for me that means we're coming back inside the range we just broke out from, which we hadn't quite made it all the way up. And yeah, I don't like any of that. If it fails, I don't want to play around with that. All right, so DG continuing to do its little correction there. Lululemon, like I told you, I would not buy Lululemon into the resistance. And if you're lucky to get it back, this was the resistance right here. And it looks like we just broke through it over here, which we did on the small time frame. But when we zoom out and we look at it the way I was looking at it, which was this line right here, which was from another monthly pivot. Is resistance, and this is the chart that we were using to look at it. And that's particular day when I said I'm not going to buy into the resistance. We probably have a little range play tweeted on and said it played a range until the range breaks, but that was a little bit of resistance right there. Earnings is on the 11th, and that's coming off the backs of Fed rate decisions. So yeah, if you're looking to invest, I would sit out until we get earnings, until the earnings call, which is after hours, after close is when they're going to report on the 11th, which is Thursday. So maybe if it's no good, it just comes back down here to this trend line right here. If it's not holding that, I can tell you what, let's go to the monthly time frame again. And I showed you how I was doing this, turning off the lines because I'm off the wicks because I'm on such a high time frame. I'm turning off the wicks. I'm paying attention to these three right here, and then this order block right here is from the weekly time frame. The order block is from the weekly time frame. But when we're looking here at the monthly, we saw where we got our bounce from, which Also, aside from it being this high in here, this little small pivot in here, it also the 200 EMA here on the monthly time frame, which is a great place. Uh, yeah, so we're looking at there. So resistance, resistance. Then earnings come out, and it's great. I probably jump in after that, ride it up a little bit, and then get out of it. But that's gonna be Lulu. So again, no strike prices. I'm not doing any strike prices over here on this. Just technical analysis, because the strikes is just something I really use to play around with the lower time frame. And 15 minute, this doesn't give me enough for me to want to play around with it. So I'll just stick with the technical on this right here. Same thing is going to go for this right here. I told you on this one, and nothing has really changed here. Um, we have the two trend lines down through here, one which is for the body, that's the dash one which is for the wicks, that's this one right here. And I mentioned that momentum hasn't been strong enough to push back up into this one here. Right now, momentum has to be strong enough to push back into at least the line chart at the moment. And we're holding a little range in here. There is a whale as well, speculation for a move back up here to 315, which also just so happened to work with this. Now I would have to move this now, or I won't. It was based on this bottom and this bottom right here. So it was based on this double bottom right here. Price did come down, take liquidity over. It looked like it might have even closed below. I don't really play around when you close outside of it. Um, I don't care for that. I still don't like this. I don't like it. I'm watching it only because of the unusual well activity for a call up into here. That's the only reason why this is on my radar. Otherwise, I don't like GE, and I'm not spending that. I'm not spending that for something I don't like. I don't like it enough for me to want to trade it or hold it long term. And yeah, it's just not that. I'm just making a decision right now about something. Anyway, it's below the 20 SMA time frame we're on the weekly, so it's below the 20 SMA, and it has to get back above this 20 SMA, and then I look for a move back up here into 302, which means you would be officially breaking this right here. And then maybe that does happen at 315, that call order up here. But over time, this is going to take some time. You're closer to breaking down than you are to moving up. I didn't see it, hasn't pulled back enough for me. No. You will be buying the top. If you're looking at this, you'll be buying the top. I don't like that either. Doesn't mean it's not the top. That can't continue to be a top. It can. I just don't like it. I don't like it. And again, it's another one that kind of looks trashy on the 15. It's just, I don't like that either. But it's there in case you are somebody that's watching it. Okay, Palantir, we did get a push up and even a little bit of a break here from this trend line and through here. Palantir is so hard sometimes. I don't like when price moves like that. That insinuates to me that it falls back down. But these are just pivot levels in here. Oh, I'm sorry, people. Hold on. Hey, sister. Are you okay? Oh, Uncle Charles are trying to reach you too. Yeah. Oh. Oh. How you knew to call? Julian. Okay, where Will at? Okay, because I told Julian, I said, I don't trust Will right now. He better not be no did something to my sister. He said, I text him to see if he can't reach her. It's Will. Okay. Yeah, Uncle Charles was trying to reach you. So you know if you call him, he'll ask you how you doing and say you need anything, baby. You better call him. Yeah. That's all you gotta do is call him and say that. I reached out to your sister. I couldn't reach you. Everything all right, baby? You need anything? Uh-huh. I know he was trying to reach Xavier too. He wanted to be there for Xavier. Xavier, something about court with Xavier. So he drove out to Thomaston to make sure that he was there for that. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Yeah. But all right, I'm glad to know you're okay and everything. I'm gonna get back on my stream. All right. Sorry about that and thank you. Um Thank you. Hold on, let me jump back over here on this. Basically what we just said about Biddy failure to come back up here to the trend line because we didn't break it. So mhm. It's gonna be same as me looking at it like I hate to use this thing like this right here. You know, let's see. I guess we'll see. We'll see. Might got one more chance on this. I don't know if I just got hood or country, probably both at the same time. That was my lovely sister who called me, and I hadn't talked to her in a couple of weeks, and I was worrying, so I had to put the stream on pause to talk to my sister. Made me happy. It's my big sister. The stream is starting to slow down on me ever so slightly. Go ahead and move something in here. We're holding up on those EMAs that we were rejecting on prior there for Bitcoin. That ain't even right no more. I was supposed to be on that. My bad. We'll move it on this now. All right, let's see if we're gonna hold in there. I'm gonna take us back over here. It's about an hour and a half out from market open. What I'm gonna say to you over here on Palantir is this low right here is very important. When we rejected from up here was actually a weekly level of resistance. I've modified that now. I don't have it on for you to see it. I'm just gonna just tell you. So if, of course, if we're breaking down below this 148, which is where we got the bounce from prior here, a little bit of a head and shoulder situation could be on the horizon here for Palantir. Why does that line look like it's off? Since it's on the, I probably drew it off of another time frame. Okay, yeah. A little bit of a head and shoulders could be on the horizon here. This is still from where? Hold on. Why is that all the way up there? Okay. I obviously drew this off of another time frame because otherwise that wouldn't be sitting all the way up here. I may have drawn it from a 16-hour since I'm usually on. Yeah, I drew it off of a 16-hour. So you see that. Everything I did in here was based off of a 16-hour. So if it is going to reject from here, if it is, I guess the first place to look at is going to be 169.42. See if it can't hold the lows down in here again. But to me, I don't like all of this down through here. And again, it could, like I said, if it breaks here, then you are putting in the head and shoulder, kind of like the same situation over there with Robinhood. You would be be done with any sort of bullish divergence possible for this chart. All bullish divvies, be out the window, and just a head and shoulder playing out over here as this continues to slide. And then let's see what we had in here. Let's see, Palantir doesn't really like to give up that 26 too much. So I was just looking at 26, 26. It really dropped it right there, but it don't like to really give too much off of that 26. Get too far away from that. Can be back down here. I guess I should. I don't know why I don't have this in here already. I just want to see. It probably would have been like this before it would have been on the moving average. Yeah, I would have had it like that first. So yeah, that'll be the first thing to look at. Right now, it's going to be that trend line. I don't need this one. Palantir isn't coming down here, is it? So it'd be that 169.42 first, and whatever price is at the moment when it does that, because I don't know how long it'll take for something like that to happen if this is a rejection point for it. And again, possible head and shoulder formation. We'll be looking at this first because that's closest to the 26. This right here. It's closest to the 26. So since it tends to actually break the 26, and that's what we can look at. That. I'm hoping it does retrace. I might be looking to get back into it. I see Bitcoin. I just want you to know I see it. Okay. What was I looking at on AMD? Whatever it is, it had to come from. Oh, I was marking this out just in case this was a head and shoulder right here. So shoulder, head, shoulder. So I just marked out a measure move in here the other day. There's no invalidation to this just yet, although the market did react yesterday to what Trump stated. Which was the approval, or was it? Yeah, he approved the sale of H200 GPUs to China. So everything, well, not everything, but let's just say NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, all got a reaction off of that yesterday. But we'll see how much that actually floats the market up. We did end up hitting our Bitcoin hold great. We did end up hitting the 190 finally on NVIDIA. So let me just get through these. So that might have stopped this out from happening, which would, 180 range low here. There's a lot of confluence to this. We'll see if it still wants to roll over that rate cut tomorrow and all that good stuff. Intel with the potential head and shoulder here, came back up to our standard deviation 2 here this time for the rejection. You just give it a little bit, see what it wants to do. We know that it's hitting some major resistance right here, which is the lows from the neckline of, let's push it on a weekly. We know that it's hitting this through here. And that's just how I did it to make it easier. So I did go ahead and just drop this little trend line in here. Let me move this. I'm using a 16 hour to draw the stuff out. I just leave it like that. I do think at least it does the 33. I was looking down here towards this 26, but which is, where we have these highs at in here. But maybe, I don't think it's bullish enough. If it breaks out, congratulations. If it doesn't, congratulations. About 33. That's what I think. I think 33. Broadcom is currently above Euphoria. Right here. No foul yet. I was thinking that price would come back down here to this gap right here, but there's no foul just yet. Like I said, if it could still reject from around this trend line right here, this parallel top up here, could still holds the rejection point. Broadcom did get a little bit of news yesterday, so but still there was no foul because it hasn't broken down below here. So far, I'm still going to gauge that 318 could be a target for it to the downside. To the upside, I don't have anything. To the downside, that could be it. Take a look at the monthly. Still looks amazing. Still looks amazing. Still looks amazingly strong through here. But I'm still, like I said, I'm still thinking 320 is possible. Let's see, because this is a monthly time frame, and it's just gonna take some time if it's going to happen. Oh, my PC is starting to freeze. Didn't work right there. And this is the start of an explosion. But I'm just seeing how likely every time it did kind of like, and I don't usually use these signals in here, but when it did retrace back inside, how likely it was to come back into standard deviation 1, standard deviation 1. I'm sorry. And it seemed more likely to come back to 1 than not to come back to 1, which is why I'm saying 320. It's a likelihood that it could still manage to come back in here to 320. I said 318, so 320. This gap is still a probability. And this gap is from the daily. Yeah, it's still a probability that it could do that. See how much this news impacts it. If it breaks out of here, then I don't have a fib. I'm not drawing a fib extension. I don't really care if it breaks out of here. I'm more concerned with it's too high right now. I wouldn't be playing a long position if it was going out anyway. And I'm not gonna play a short when it's this bullish. So Just want to catch the rally, want to catch the continuation up. So I'll be waiting for something to come down. And I think that this can still be fulfilled. Prove me different, then I stop thinking that this won't happen. Right now, I think it'll happen. Anything in here tell me different? Have to have to take the news into consideration, and sometimes I don't want to. All right, DoorDash. I still haven't done any technicals on this. I just still got it in here, so maybe it fills in this gap right here. I'm gonna move on. DoorDash. All right. Novo Nordisk covered, covered. So 16, so I can see that better. We could be in here for a while, like ranging around through here. If we're going to continue to hold where we have the 786 at and also the 200 EMA, if we're going to continue to hold in here, we could stay within this range right here for a very, 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 very long time before we see any upside. Now, it also is going to depend on what earnings is like and, development later down the road. It's already played out the news on, well, the thing that dropped it down ended up being the Alzheimer's, pushed it in a little bit more, which, is outside of what it would normally do. So that did impact it a bit more. And then it bounced off of moving, their drug into India. So it's around the low. I can't tell you for sure that this is a low. I stated that it's a good buy. I bought some. Um, so I'm thinking between here, where it is there, and down here. But 786, 886, platinum pocket, retracement. I think it's overkill at this point for it to be below here. But I mean, I can't say that it won't go lower. I just think that it's somewhere in the vicinity. So I'm just picking it up, small bits here and there, and then I'll take my win or my L on Novo Nordisk because it is a drop. It is a drop. And that's the first time it literally slipped in here to catch the 200. It usually is not catching this 200. It's usually going to bounce from here, from this yellow one right here, or from this green one, and that's just how it's been. It's going to either bounce from the It's going to bounce from the yellow or the green. And you can see it attempted right there and it attempted again right here. Got a little bit more bad news. And so it doesn't usually come down this low. So I just, not to the 200 EMA, but the move is, still like over a 70% drop right here, which is standard. Somewhere between 40 to somewhere between 70. Something is usually as much of a pullback as it gets, but, got competition. And like I said yesterday too, if Novo is at a low, I'm almost certain. I haven't looked at Eli Lilly's chart at all, but I'm just almost certain that Eli Lilly might be at the top. It has to. It doesn't have to, but I'm just thinking, okay, well, it may just be at the top, and I should take a look at that chart. I'm just not doing it. So it's either gonna pop off on from the yellow, or it's gonna pop off from the green. It's gonna do one of these two. On any of its major pullbacks, green, it's going to be green or yellow, green or yellow. Like this is a little bit, extra, green or yellow. So this is a little bit extra here at the 786 with the 200. But then you got the fold down here. So you also got those little trend lines in here as well. May want to actually tap into the trend line. It might. It may just actually want to fulfill one of these, like this one or this one right here. May want to do that. I just have this one in here just as, in case it comes, if it bottomed in here and comes up, look for a rejection off of that or something. Um, It won't be a big hit if it doesn't work out. Um, all right, Bitcoin, our Bitcoin position. I said we had one more chance. We had one more chance in here. One more chance. Come on, Biddy. We're at least getting that. Got 2 more minutes left. Are we going up today? I'm not gonna even say we're going up today because I don't want to say we're going up today. And I said that yesterday, and I was wrong yesterday. I got it right the past couple of streams, but I was definitely wrong yesterday, thinking there'd be more upside than downside. And we dropped down. At least we held our low, but we definitely did not get more upside. Sometimes rallying into news means dropping afterwards. This isn't even a rally. This is sideways. Solana already giving up the ghost. Bitcoin is on its own. Get ADA. All right, ADA. Oh man, look at ADA. Oh, I probably should have did a run through on bro, clean up through that this time. Clean, clean, clean. Look at that. Oh man. Look at that. Missed all of that. All right, ADA. I don't need this anymore then. Take that away. What was I looking at? Oh, I think yesterday we was looking at the possibility of an inverse head and shoulder. I think that's what we did yesterday. We said maybe it has could put in an inverse head and shoulder. Yeah, that's what that is all about. I'll put it on a 4. Yeah, that's what we were looking at yesterday. We were looking at that yesterday. Mm-hmm. Might come back for it if it actually breaks it. I'll do it. I'm not gonna do it now because I'm too late to jump in on it. But if it uh starts to favor that, then I will see to it. This may not have been yesterday that we looked at this. This might have been before now. There's no way I would have had this. I don't know. I don't know what day that was. That, yeah. Congratulations to ADA holders. I don't have any ADA. If it works out for you, I sure hope it does, because ADA's been getting trashed a little bit. I'm always rooting for an underdog. Always rooting for an underdog. Go ADA. Bitcoin with the hard rejection. So we did that from this right here. I don't need this anymore. Now I'm gonna take this away. It did that. So target hit for this mother bar. That's done. And I just said to you that I was gonna close and see how I get sidetracked. Said I was gonna close it out once we did that, but started running my mouth as usual. I'll be trying to wait until I get off to really take anything, because I know I'm not going to be as attentive as I need to be, but it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. That takes me over here. I've got to. My stream is starting to. My response is starting to slow down for my PC. PC is responding a little bit slow right now. Oh man. We just had that ADP weekly employment change, but I really couldn't tell you anything on that. That small business index as well. But ADP was at 8:15. And then we got Joe's job again at 10 today. It's kind of harsh right there. Missed that take profit. All right, I'm gonna tell you, yeah. Yeah. All right. only thing it would be able to do if it's going to hold is, not take out this candle blow right here. Otherwise, I just went ahead and closed it out, the position out. Yeah, I don't like that candle, and it can hold. It just has to not take out this low right here. It takes out this low right here, then it's below all of the support that it had for it. And even if I take a look here at yeah, it's below all the support that it had for it. Put it up under 20 SMA as well. Um, but it can. I closed mine out, so there, on this candle right here, when I saw that, I just closed it out because I missed the take profit anyway. I'm gonna switch you over before I leave here because I'm about to dip. Gold in here, like I was saying about gold, the past few streams in here is that, just be a little cautious. Don't be overly bullish. Don't be bearish either. Just don't be overly bullish in here. We are holding, like I said yesterday to you. If we drop this trend line right here, the best we could do is hope that price action will hold up around this moving average right here. Otherwise, it could roll all the way back down here. This is basically pushing into this now, so it would just be resetting itself to the bottom side of this range, right? Bottom side of the wedge from this point, from this high in here to here, and not the one that we originally were looking at when we got the breakout, because we kept hitting the resistance in here, which you can see a lot better in here from the daily time frame. We kept hitting the resistance in here. So we've continued to reject from this resistance in here, which if it starts to fail this moving average right here, for me personally, and I don't actually have the one, let me see. Let me I use the one that I have right here that's going across the low because I don't really have to see that one. It's another favorite one of mine. It would be this one. But for me, basically, if it's breaking this right here, then I'm instantly gonna look down here to where that 200 was resting in here with this trend line, which makes it absolutely critical. Um, Gives a lot of confluence to this trend line that if price is coming back down here, then there's a great chance that it fails. It's a good chance that it fails. Usually, when it's laying flat up against it like that, it tends to work out in favor of, you know, it's a rising trend line, so upside. But you see how it's just planted itself in here. And I'm not bearish on gold. I'm just gonna say again, I have confluence to the downside. I don't have it for the upside. I have it for the downside, which is why I'm just keeping that in the back of my head. Fail here. Also can just be, a range situation. Um, I just have confluence down here. Well, around this block right in here, all the way down to this low. I just don't. I don't really have anything for the upside, but it's in here. It's in here if it's going to do it. If it's going to hold here and try again to break above those highs. Otherwise, what we've been looking at for the past, I don't know how long it's been now down there, that target. I think it was ever since back over in here we started looking down there at that target down there. Um, that's going to stay on the table for me. So just be a little bit careful. You do want to get back up above this section through here that we broke down from. However you want to do it. However you want to do it. Um, get Bitcoin, silver. I don't chart silver. I'm sorry. Well, I did chart silver last time before, but I haven't looked at silver, so I'm not gonna pretend to tell you I can talk about silver intelligently because I can't. You can see the wedging structure here on silver though. So if silver is gonna continue, huh? Maybe it's doing something like that. drop back. That's probably what I'd be looking for on it. See the nice little breakout it had right here. That's in hindsight. So what you got on silver? Put me in some let's see what you're doing. No, not doing anything negative that I can tell. No, I don't see anything negative. Just it looks like it's probably going to be continuation. That was the correction, and then it goes ahead and breaks above here. Yeah, I'm glad I closed out Bitcoin. Goes ahead and breaks up. That's what it looks like. This might be the last breakout on it. Based on this 4 hour, it might be the last breakout on it. It comes back in. See RSI here at the bear div across there. So maybe one more legit push. If it breaks out of here, it might find resistance on your RSI, and that'll be where you want to get short interest at. Since it is diverging a little bit in here. Maybe one more, and that's it on it. Amazon, of course, I mean, you know what I'm looking for on Amazon. Saying it forever and ever. Forever and ever. Let me take out. Can't believe I didn't block any of this yesterday. I'm still waiting on it. This is what I think. This is my thought right here. We have this little structure through here. Let me turn that off. We have this little wedgie structure through here. I think this leads us down into here. This is where I'm looking to take my next long position at, down in here. It's been over a month now. But like I said, when I started looking at it, it would take a little while before I saw this. So no interest in shorting or anything like that. That's just what I'm watching for that move down into here. And I might have to modify that ever so slightly. And that's the goal for me. And that. Let me turn that back on. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. Right there, right in between here. It's exactly what I'm looking for, to move back into here. Let's see if I get it. And you can see why I've been watching for it too, even though I took the spot long position that I've already closed out here off of this little move right here. But the bear div coming up through here, we would bounce again. And I might have to modify it a little bit. I may have to. Um, but I'm looking at the trend line in here for Amazon. We'll move into that. It would still give it some bullish divvy as long as it's not closing below this point right here. It'll still give it some bullish divvies on this move up. So it's watching on that breakdown. That was back when I started watching on that breakdown right there. Something changes because it's still sitting pretty close to the zero line. And I see it still sitting somewhere close to the zero line, it can, for some reason, pop up. So that's what I'm watching on the bigger time frame. Here on the 15-minute, you saw me just looking at all of the different strikes in here for it. And we're below this one at the moment. This was the last place I took. I didn't actually take this. It's a paper trade right here because I'm still waiting on my actual position. I'm assuming that we have the ability to get down here to the 225. We'll see how that goes today. That price could potentially be pinned in between this 230 and this 225 here for Amazon. Sorry. Maybe even 240, but we're pretty close to that 225 I just mentioned. So you can see how, at least from yesterday, and it could change a little bit today, where our gamma line through here is at this one right here. But right now I'm looking at this 235 because we're in between one of these two right here at the moment. 225 and then the 235. I think that we can hit that 225. That's what I'm thinking. We can hit the 225. Did I have another pattern in here? I don't think I did. I didn't have another pattern in here. At least we're not still doing, you see how I have these, we're not still doing this coming in the market open. It's a little bit different down here now, now the line would be going down more so as opposed to how price was getting these. And you see this didn't make it all the way. It didn't even make it all the way. So if I was trading, I would have taken some profit out of this, but it didn't make it as far as, I was pushing for a 3-to-1 at least. It didn't make it. How we had it through here and how we had the larger one through here. We don't have that anymore. We had it here yesterday as well. We don't have that structure anymore. But I'm still thinking if it comes down here to 225, then I might take a trade on this one right here on BTCC. I might actually do this one right here. I took profit again on Tesla before market closed. I managed to get a little bit more out on that one yesterday from the 170 position. This is Google at the moment. I'm looking down here at this 310 right now on Google. But if that doesn't hold, obviously down here towards 300, it's going to be the next target in here for me for Google, just because we've had such strong puts to come in on it. Because my target has been 335. It's been 335, and I know 335s take some time to get up at 335. Maybe we even reverse right here. Maybe that happens. Maybe it can reverse right here. Why is my lines not showing? Hold on. Oh, no, because I'm thinking about Netflix. That's why. So, I was observing this pattern right here for a minute, and then we got the breakout. We came back tested it, and then we pushed up a little bit higher, not managing to actually come back up here towards this 325 one. I posted this yesterday, so those levels are, these are the. No, I didn't post this one yesterday. I didn't post this one yesterday, but these are the levels. So I'm watching this 310, and if price can bounce somewhere off of this 310, of course, I'm not just gonna jump into it just because it comes down here to 310. If it comes to 310, I'm gonna see how it reacts around here because sometimes it'll go straight through them. It'll go straight through them. Otherwise, we broke this one that you've seen in my previous streams. We broke this one. So yeah, I would be looking a little bit closer in here if it doesn't manage to hold there. Come back up, I'll be looking for a rejection off of this at one of these strikes through here. So 330 is a big deal, and 310 at the moment is a big deal. It's a nice little bounce off of the bottom side of our. I'm gonna jump back over there on that because I know I'm about to go. Nice little reaction for anybody who did make an attempt right here. I'm not playing with Bitcoin anymore. Still holding based on this low, but I don't like that. It's back below you're back below resistance now, so you're gonna be fighting resistance right here. So I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't fight the resistance in here. So that's what I'm gonna be watching on Google. A lot of analysts are calling for a big move to the upside here on it, and that might be the case. I have no clue. I get some new reads this morning. Not getting any new reads this morning. No, not getting any new reads this morning. So that's it for today. That's what I would look at. I would look at 310 in case it's falling over any further. 310 and 300. And then yeah, I'm gonna have to reset this computer. Apple. So I was looking at something else in here. We did this one. We did this one. I started looking at a bigger head and shoulder formation on Apple. Bless my heart, because I'm long Apple right now. And I told you I didn't mind going through a little bit of a drawdown um, with the with the little news and all that good stuff. Um, and this is a just in case. You see that head, shoulder right here. On let me take this away. And it just happened to line up with the channel line down here. So I was just like, okay, well, anytime I see confluence, I'm with it. And I just plotted it on where it actually broke there, right there. But shoulder, head, possibly another shoulder over here, unless it gets invalidated sometime today. That's what I'm leaning towards. That could be it. And this was the one from the lower time frame, shoulder, head, shoulder right here. That actually did it. So. Um, this is the area that I was watching yesterday. And you can also see the one down here for the 270. So if we're losing this right here, that's what I'm going to be looking at. And let me see. APPL. Make sure. Let me see. I'm not going to have any new data this morning. Yeah, 280, 277.50. Yeah. So nothing's changed for me in terms of keeping my eyes and making sure we're not deviating too far away from this lower one down here. I'm not in trouble even if price comes down to here, but I don't want I mean, because I told you yesterday I was going to be buying right around in here, and I did. Uh, it might have been slightly below the 277.50. Um, but yeah, possible head and shoulder, guys. Possible head and shoulders right here. And it just happens to match up with all of this down here with, the channel line here and the 270 strike. So, yeah. And this is from this right here. Just happened to fit. All right. Everything happened to work so far. All right. That's that. I'm gonna put it on the 15. Let's see, we was trying to get some sort of a little bounce down here. And if it stops being magnetized to this, stops being magnetized to it, then yeah, that's where you're at next. All right. NVIDIA, we finally hit the 190. We finally hit it. So I retweeted my old tweet on this one. Might get pinned, continue to be pinned. When I posted it, I had this blue. I just flipped it to red because now if we're coming back down, then I don't, yeah, I'll flip that to red. If we come back in here, which it looks like we probably will. It just looks like we probably will. Otherwise, I'm fixated on 200. That'll be the next move for me. This is going to be 200. I don't have but one more share left on the long that I took on it. I don't have but one more share on it anyway. So it doesn't, my stop is set for my entry down here. So it really doesn't matter too much. But I'm really ready to close it anyway because I could have played this range so many times between the 180 and the 1. Could have played this range so many times already because they kept us pinned at the 180 over here. It kept us pinned at the 180 back here before we got to push up. It just kept us pinned at 180. And 180 is, while it's still important, or at least I don't think it's as important right now. No, at the moment it's not as important. So 185 at the moment and 190 are the more important ones. So 185, 190, they might keep us pinned in between these two now. So yeah. But if I'm lucky, I could get it to here to 200. But yeah, just watch 190 and 185 today. Because if you're breaking that, then you're breaking back down into this too. And yeah, I don't like any of that. I don't like any of that. So might be a new range play here. Could be a new range play. Look at all the chances you could have played around in here. But we finally made our way out of it. I wonder what the chances of that is. Hey, everything looked like it got a head and shoulder on it. Okay, Bitcoin. It pushed through the resistance again. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, it pushed back up through that resistance. I don't trust it though at this point. I think the only thing you can do at this point over here on Bitcoin is probably bear div on that. I don't trust it at this point. Anyway, I closed my position out. So if it runs up, then it just I have another position open on it. That was just one that I took with you this morning. Um, yeah, I don't know what the chances is on this. Let me see what that looked like on the Q. Q. Look like it breaks down. I mean, it looks like it. We're back dancing around this. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it breaks down. I don't even know if this line matters because yesterday when I seen us do this right here, this is actually, I didn't manage to take it out right here because this was after hours. The 190 was after hours. I took another position right here. When I saw that price had broke through here, I was like, oh, okay, let me go ahead and catch another TP on this. And then I'm glad I did because it came back in. And then this happened after hours. So I'm sorry. That was incorrect. I didn't get a chance to do this right here because this happened after hours. And BTCC doesn't allow you to trade after hours with any of this. You don't trade after hours. So I need for us to come back. I need for us to come back, and if I'm lucky, like I said, 200. But right now, they might just hang us around in here. And if you're doing more than this, then something's wrong with us coming back down here to this 180 again. This might not do. This probably fall through, and it might be looking down. Um, Not right now, computer, please. About 170, 165. So it's not close to where we have the. I don't know if we come back and hit this though, but definitely probably about 170, 165. We started falling and falling below this 180 or something. The last check on the negative gamma was at 172. Who was this? This Tesla. We already saw that. It went through it in that circle, and we did circle already as well. This is Netflix. So just technical analysis. I don't have strikes in here. I don't think. Yeah, I do have them, but anyway, just technical analysis. This is very critical right here. So holding right here, where we drop down into the next point. You've seen this on my chart before. Where we drop down to this one through here. Bump. Every time momentum shifts on the pullback, I drop a line into this one right here. This also the 20 SMA on the monthly time frame. Is that what I'm looking at? Yeah, on the monthly time frame, the 20 SMA. So we're looking forward to hold right here. There was a I don't know if I mentioned this last week or not. Probably didn't. But anyway, I should have mentioned it with Tesla. But there was when it broke here anyway, it just made sense. But um, well order for the 96. So I really want to hold in here because if it's not holding here, then for me, you slide through and your chances of coming down here towards 75 to 65. I mean, 80, actually, I said 85. I think I said 85. Yeah. So this low down through here, this down through here. So 85 to 75 is what I'd be looking for if for some reason bulls are not able to defend this area right here for Netflix. This would be my target area down here. 85 and 75 would be my target areas down through here. I don't know that I had anything in here in terms of strikes for it, but I just know I don't have anything beyond this point right here. So everything is centered around this area right here at the moment. Basically where we had the resistance at from the descending trend line in here all the way down to where we had the rising trend line through here. All the interest is around here, and when that's gone, that's just plain and simple for me. 85 to 75 is going to be the target. And we've been rolling over. I looked at it on two different ones. You can see how we had the cloud cover right here. We got the big cloud cover. But I was also looking at this formation in here thinking, as long as we could hold the low in here, we got a chance. We got a chance. But we failed the channel in here. We failed that. And then, the last time when we had the um, long interest, we saw that we were rejecting from the 60 in here. So below 200 at the moment. Stringing on to a 400, stringing on to a 20 SMA on the monthly time frame, and holding on to this ascending trend line in here. So that acquisition is important to what price action is really going to do next. It really is. This is risk on. This is risk off. This is risk on at least around 85. I would say risk on, and then around 75. I would say risk on again for Netflix. If you're interested in Netflix, I mean, the split just makes it easier to, but still, yeah, it can get bad. It can get bad. Yep. All right. So that did it. That did it for that, and we managed to get through it. So potential head and shoulders on Apple. Potential head and shoulder for Palantir could be in play. Could take a while for it to happen. Robinhood, same situation. Um, and yeah, Nvidia might be pinned. Maybe one more upside on silver, and then that's it. And I don't think that it'll go too far. And then tomorrow might change everything. Negative MACD on this 15-minute for Bitcoin. Yeah, I think everything when we last looked at it was getting stopped out around the standard deviation too, so slightly. So wherever your trend lines are on your bottoms, that's probably mm, I have to move this anyway. Let me move this. So I'll go with this. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. uh, but it's a learning. It's a learning curve. Actually, let me leave that silent. It's the new formation. Another little rise and whatever. We're hitting the resistance anyway, right through here. Got some little bottoming tails through here, but we're still hitting resistance. Maybe it decides to do it later. And in the meantime, what we didn't do yesterday, which was fill in this one, which isn't mandatory. MACD bearish. I'm just tell you again, MACD is bearish. Um, two SFPs off of this. this flipped negative. Huge red candle, huge top and tail right there. Huge, yes, more likely down. All right, with that said, I'm going to call it a stream. I really appreciate you for rocking with me. I will be looking for this to break down. To be honest, it doesn't, I mean, like I said, it could just be to fill in the little gap that we didn't complete yesterday, which, takes out this low down through here. Some bold people that keep trying to buy this. Just a little bit too choppy. So I just wait for the range to clear up, make a decision, let the range clear up, and then unless you were shorting, I don't subscribe to trying to long it at this point. It just, I mean, it doesn't make sense after seeing this huge, this big outside bar, and then that top and tail right there. This right here, it just doesn't make sense to keep trying for it. Just let it go. Big juicy candles when we're getting the dump off anyway. So I don't know. All right. Please be sure to hit the like button if you have not already hit the like button. I appreciate it. I really do. I appreciate you for being here with me today. And see if we can't be prepared for tomorrow. But I'm going to. Am I going to stream? I don't want to tell you I'm going to stream and then I don't stream, because I don't stream on Wednesdays, and I know that tomorrow's FOMC. It'll be so many people streaming, and yeah, it'll be so many people streaming tomorrow too. Um, like Amazon, I'm sorry, AutoZone got a hammer to the head. Oof, it's down, 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 down. They reported earnings this morning before open, so 9:22. Market is so funny because they call it a surprise. It's not a surprise. You can pretty much tell how something's going to perform. AutoZone, get into zone. AutoZone. Campbell's had a positive outcome this morning. And it's trying to wait and chill with you until market opens. If you're not subscribed, and you're looking for a good analyst, whether you're looking to, play smaller time, I really recommend if you're new to really zoom out for more macro analysis, which, you don't have to talk about that every day. Macro analysis is macro analysis. Um, it's where you're going to make your money at on macro analysis. You're going to lose more money, honestly, um, with anything less than your higher time frames. So yeah, like this 15-minute time frame that I'm on, you're likely to lose more money. You're gonna make more if you zoom out and get some macro analysis. But if you want a channel that doesn't regurgitate what every other channel is regurgitating, then you found a home right here on the Coin King channel with the host down to Crypto TA, because I'm not gonna regurgitate something just because somebody else said something about it. I'm not going to put on a whole bunch of different charts just because somebody else says something else about it. I'm gonna go with what I'm gonna go with, and I'm gonna say what the realest thing is to say. So if you're looking for a place, that'll be here. Honestly, that'll be here. It's just a little react. No, it's not reacting off of that standard deviation too. It's not doing that. But the MACD is negative. There's, like I said, there's no point in trying to get long on this anymore because it's just kind of it's negative. It's negative right now. Let me see if the 1 hour flipped as well as the. I know the 15-minute did. So 1 hour could be getting to a place where it also flips down. It did have a bear dip off of that 1 hour, like I said to you. You can't really see it here. I don't even think you can see it. When I put you over here, you couldn't see it from this either. But it is bearish. It's bearish over here as well now. Off of that last little push, it's bearish. I'm gonna let it invalidate this, and then I'm gonna take it off the chart. On the first move up, I got about a 3% out of that long position that we took right here on this, and then on the second one was about a 1.73 because I missed the target from the bar right here. I missed that target and didn't get out until we got down in here. So that was that. 10% up from the short position on Solana from yesterday that I'm still holding. PC isn't moving. Even Ada's seeing a little bit of a rejection at the moment. All right, 1 minute. We'll see what they want to do. Sec. That SFP and that high again around that 424. VIX pushing. Posted that VIX yesterday. Also, the VIX where we were watching that breakout. Yeah, still pushing up here, coming into market and into market open. Still pushing up in here. So that's that. Amazon making that push down towards that 225 that we mentioned. Nvidia is all the way on that 185. But like I said, yeah, and the VIX is. I mean, market just opened, so we have to give it a little bit of leniency. Bitcoin coming down. Like I said, for all my people on Amazon, be looking down here towards the 225. Next area of interest right in here. Want to see how price reacts right in here for Amazon, because if we're not holding it here, then we got a strong chance of pushing on that 220. This might be it right here, the 225. We're not tapping it fully. I'm just gonna hold out here for a sec. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna hold out there for a minute. Trying to see all the rejections this morning. Sniffing around. Sniffing around. You push through. You just see what we got going. Still trying to hold it here, but I am anticipating 310 in here. Apple, I guess it is a real thing. They take us too far away from here. And I'm just going to say take us too far away from here, because even though we broke it, we have deviated away from it a bit. We tend to come snap back down here to 180. So I see Bitcoin reacting off of that standard deviation too. Let's see. I want to do that. Otherwise, if it reclaims in here, then I'd be looking up. It has to reclaim. I wouldn't touch it until NVIDIA. Because this might be a real thing. Might be a real boy. And 180 again. Tesla's still holding here around the. Let me just. What Had to give it a minute. I'm not gonna advise anybody to play with Circle. This line is gonna look different here, but you can just focus on this one right here. It's gonna look different, the ascending one, as opposed to the 20 SMA here for the monthly time frame, which is here at this 95. A little flaggy, a little bear flaggy right here. I already gave you the scoop on this, so it's all about holding right here. At the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do here on Netflix is hold there. Gold. It's all right. Still all right now. And me zone. It's a quick scalp. It still didn't touch that. Sometimes you just don't get what you want. You want a hug. It didn't hug it. It didn't give it a kiss. It didn't hug it. It didn't do any. It wasn't affectionate with it. So it is what it is. It's a nice little quick scalp though. I try not to front run right now. I try not to. Sometimes I will. I didn't front run that. I'm not front running it. Make me a believer. Bitcoin held off of that standard deviation 2, which means, of course, it stopped that out, which is perfectly fine because I saw it was sitting down at the low of it here. So standard deviation 2 reaction is all that was. When we looked at it, that's what it was. Slow. I'm gonna have to shut it down. So yeah, the standard deviation 2 was what we saw was in confluence with the low down here. That's what it popped on. I still don't trust this right now. I still don't trust this right now. If it successfully breaks out of here, then I'm not taking a trade. I'm not taking another trade on Bitcoin. All right, I'm gonna go play in the stock market a little bit since we're here. Since we're here, let's see if Amazon wants to give me another shot, or if that was it, and that might have been it. And that's a strong little candle right there. That might have been it. That might have been it. Let me check on that here. AMCN. $219. Apple holding up pretty good for now. Apple's holding up pretty good. Kind of proud of you, Apple. Go, Apple, go. Apple opened up strong. Strong. Hold on. Apple opened up strong. Coming back to our 280. Back at our 280. Yes, I was looking at it here. 290 up there. I don't know. Nice MACD on the 15-minute time frame for Apple, but I'm still, still inclined to think about this potential head and shoulder, but they might just keep it pinned somewhere around here today. We'll see. If you're starting to move out of here, starting to really break through here. If you're breaking back through here, in fact, let me just extend this out. Extend that right one out. Right now, we're getting our reaction off of our 280. It might choose to keep us lingering around in here. If we start to go sideways in here for a minute, then, I start to think more upside, and I don't have to worry about my long position with Apple whatsoever. But again, if we start to break down, then, yeah. And I like that for this morning. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool for this morning. I think we're probably hitting. What else are we hitting in here? Okay. So I don't, yeah. Please don't nobody short that. If you're here and you're trading, don't short that because you hurt me. You hurt me. Hurt pockets. Don't hurt my pockets. Please don't hurt my pockets. I'm not taking into account this one right here. Uh, I'm not taking that into account. I'm really more focused on down here. So, but big drip Tesla on my way. Model S, Model Bay. Extend this one out. Probably just blast through here this time, you think? Dang. Dang, Tesla. That 235. I wouldn't have been able to play it anyway, and I'm not going to. I'm not gonna play around with Tesla. Who else? I'm not doing circle. Yeah. Yep, that's it. You know what you're watching for. Play your ranges. Gold I have set on a 4 hour, so you're not really going to see much of anything off of gold. I don't even know why I'm looking at this one. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm wasting time looking at this one. I'm gonna jump over to Trader TV because I like that channel. Trader TV. I could have considered hedging with Apple right there. Could have considered that. I was looking at on see all this stuff coming in on Tesla. All this stuff coming in on Tesla. I don't really see nothing. Really see nothing new. Just my watch list. I didn't even look at Meta this morning. Forgive me. Forgive me. I don't know what BST is. I have no idea. I just stick to the big boys and Microsoft. Mm. I already got 320 on our chart for Google. I don't know if I want to trade that anyway. Google. Still want to see 310. If it comes to 310, then I will play it in hopes of getting back to 320 on Google. Um, I don't know. Google, huh? What was I just saying? Hold on. Come on, PC, please don't do that to me. If we can get 310, we can get 310. I'll do Google. I'll do Google if we can get 310. doing Google from here. Not doing, not doing Google. Uh, I did 310. We can get that. Split and sweep. Well, like Tesla's trying to break that trend line we were looking at. I can't even get my screen to change. I was trying to get off um, this app over here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, look like we might be breaking this, like I said, here on we got circle up at the 85 potential rejection. If Google comes into here, if it comes to here, then I'll take it. Avoid. I don't have to avoid hitting that and hit that. I'll anticipate something like that only after the fact. But while I'm still here, I should be gone. Let's see. So let's see Google. Let me just see. Make sure what I'm asking for isn't ridiculous. Yeah. That's the put wall right now. 310. So otherwise, I'll wait for the break above here for myself. Double bottom possible. Um, I'm not going to enter it right here. I just, I could, and it wouldn't hurt me if I did that. I just rather wait. Hmm. We got that data coming out at what I said, 10 o'clock. Yeah, Joe's job openings. A few minutes here. Maybe that's going to move the market. Maybe the market's just waiting on that right now. Altcoins still trying to hold that low. Get rid of those dashes. Might have missed Amazon. Might be no bueno. Video. 185, 190. Q, 6, 5, C. Market. My other little data that I usually like to look at, it's not even pulling right now. It's not pulling. Guess it's safe to say Tesla is gone. And if you were, because I mean, for me personally, I'm not going to play with Tesla anyway, but I couldn't even take this from this morning, how we were just holding the level in here at the 435. I couldn't take that. So what I would do in this case, if you're lucky enough to get it, is to get the break and then a back test in here. So you want to see a back test in here, back test and hold it, then that might be good for the continuation up. Know why I'm looking all the way up at 470. Let me see if I can switch that. It comes in. Yeah, I am. Looks like I need to look down. This is going to be kind of close right here to what I was already looking at. We just got that data. Let me take a look, see what we got. Come on, jokes. Okay, better than expected. Yeah, came in better than expected. 7.14 was the forecast, 7.67 was the outcome. So, yeah, better than expected. All right. All right, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Got somebody in here jumping on a meeting. So, enjoy the rest of your day. I actually was feeling like staying a little bit longer, but I've got to go. Thank you for being here.